Hello and welcome to the National Indoor Arena here in Birmingham for semi-finals day at the Yonex All England Badminton Championships. Event number 3 on the 12 tournament OSIM BWF World Superseries. Not only is this the oldest and most prestigious event in the badminton calendar, it's also the final premier event before the end of the Olympic qualifying period. And there you can see all 12 tournaments. And of course, the 5 premiers are the Korean All England, Indonesia, Denmark and China. And of course, the top 8 at the end of the year in all 5 disciplines will qualify for the Superseries Finals as well. Now, of course, because this is the last major qualifying event before the end of the Olympic qualifying period, it means all the world's best players are here. And when you look at the semi-final lineup, that confirms that statistic. We're starting with mixed doubles and the 2009 world champions Thomas Leiborn and Camilla Ruta-Yul from Denmark up against the holders Zhu Chen and Ma Jin from China. Then we'll have men's singles and the 2-time defending champion Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia up against the 2006 finalist Lee Ho-jung of Korea. Then, of course, men's doubles and the holders from Denmark, Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen, up against the 2008 champions Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. Then women's doubles and the top pairs in the world are all through to the semi-finals, and we're seeing the number 2 and 3 ranked pairs, Ha Jung-eun and Kim Min-jung of Korea up against the World Championship silver medalists Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei of China. And then the 5th and final semi-final features the 4 times world champions and 2-time former champions of the All England Championships, Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, up against Hashimoto and Hirata of Japan. So it really is an absolutely tremendous lineup for these semi-finals at the 2012 Yonex All England Championships. And as you can see, the players arriving onto court for the first of our semi-finals. Thomas Leiborn and Camilla Ruta-Yul up against the defending champions Zhu Chen and Ma Jin of China. An army of Danish fans here at the National Indoor Arena. There they are. They come every year. They're very vocal in their support of their players, and that is wonderful to see. But perhaps if you were thinking that Danes would be in the semi-final of the mix, you were probably thinking that it would be the number 3 seeds Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen. But of course they were beaten by their teammates Thomas Leiborn and Camilla Ruta-Yul in the quarterfinal late yesterday evening. So in fact it's the 2nd-ranked Danish pair who are here in today's semi-final. Of course, number 8 seeds in this year's championships. The Chinese pair, the number 2 seeds, as defending champions. So the Danish pair, what a welcome return to top form that took them to the world title in 2009. World ranking up a couple of places since last week, number 6 in the world now, and as you can see their win-loss record for the year very healthy indeed, because in fact last week they won the German Grand Prix. That was their first title for 16 months since the Denmark Open back in 2010. Thomas Leiborn, the 34-year-old from Copenhagen, has been beset with injuries over the last year or so. Ankles, knees, arm, shoulder, back. He's had a catalogue of injuries, and that I think is testament to the fact that the way he plays, it's diving around the court, never adverse to scrambling back the shuttle. And as I've just mentioned, in the quarterfinal yesterday, had to defeat the number 3 seeds, the Danes, and that's a tough encounter indeed. So to their opponents, and the Chinese pair, Zhu Chen, he's 27 years of age. Ma Jin, 23. Ma Jin from Qingdao, which became famous as the sailing venue for the Beijing Olympic Games. Number 2 in the world ranking, reached that in October last year and have remained at number 2 ever since. But just look at their win-loss record for the year. 9-1 And I can tell you that they've played 2 individual tournaments. They've reached 2 finals, winning 1 of them. So they really have been in tremendous form. They won the first premier Super Series event of the year, Korean Super Series, and beaten finalists a week later in Malaysia. Well, their path through to today's semi-final, second round, tough match against the Commonwealth Games bronze medalists. The pair from Singapore are actually promoted from the qualifying event because of a withdrawal in the main draw. And then yesterday, against the Russian pair of Alexander Nikolayenko and Valeria Sorokina, 2 straight games. But I can tell you, it was a very good match indeed. So these 2 pairs met each other twice previously, and the last time they met was in the quarter-final of that Korean Open, and of course Ma Jin going on to win that title. They obviously won that encounter. In fact, both of their 2 previous encounters in 2 straight games. Well, it really is wonderful to see Thomas Laybourne and Camilla Rutayul back to something like their best form, the form that took them to that gold medal at the 2009 World Championships in Hyderabad. Of course, they really burst onto the world scene when they reached the final of this particular tournament, the All England Championships, back in 2005. They were unseeded on that occasion. What a difference a year makes. You consider 12 months ago, they were the number 2 seeds here at the All England. Sadly, had to withdraw because this man, Thomas Laybourne, was struggling with injury problems. But, Anthony, it really is terrific to see them back to some pretty good form.
On my right,
he's a fabulous mixed pair, especially Thomas Laybourne, very explosive, exciting to watch.
On my left, Thomas Laybourne, Camilla Rutayul, Denmark.
Malcolm Banham, our umpire from England. Both of our court officials from England. There he is, very experienced umpire. Announcing the players to the start of semi-finals day here at the Yonex All England Badminton Championships.
One love.
Ma Jin, of course, former world champion in mixed doubles, won that gold medal in Paris in 2010, playing with Zheng Bo. And immediately following that gold medal, Zheng Bo got thrown out of the national training squad for bad attitude.
No messing around in the Chinese camp. You know, if you don't do what they say, out you go.
What a return of serve. That's wonderful play from left-handed Camilla Rutayul.
2-1.
Always looking for a forehand, Rutayul. She's very, very strong in that area.
Great return of serve. Of course, both the Chinese players have been World Championship medalists in the level doubles, men's doubles and women's doubles. And both semi-finalists at the All England in doubles as well. But this only their 2nd year playing mixed doubles together. First appearance in mixed partnership at last year's All England and won the title. Well, that's absolutely brilliant from Thomas Laybourne.
3-2.
Addressing the shuttle early creates deception in itself.
All 4 players on the court have fantastic defences. It's going to be a really tough game, this. It's going to be who can dominate from the net.
Oh, it's been an excellent start to this mixed doubles semi-final. Both pairs playing at the top of their form in these early stages. Usually expect pairs to be a little bit nervous and take time to play themselves in, but already we've got some tremendous rallies.
Brilliant move around the court from all four players. Interesting to see Thomas Laybourne loves to get to the net, loves to dominate in that area. I think that pair particularly play differently to everybody else in the world. Camilla Ruta-Yule is so strong from the back of the court, probably the strongest lady in the game today.
Yes, good anticipation. Not only one of the strongest ladies, but also probably one of the tallest. 183, that's about 6 foot. In fact, I think she's just slightly taller than her partner. Of course, she's had Super Series success at the previous Super Series event at this, the Malaysian Open. She won the women's doubles with Christina Pedersen. Just proves her physicality on court.
She's such a strong individual, but she's really looking sharp at the start of this game. Really looking to step forward on every single opportunity.
Not convinced that was the right option anyway. Made the error. I think the block to the centre of the court perhaps would have been a better tactic. And he's tried it again. Drops long.
Very patient play from the Danish pair, not looking to attack too hard too soon. Good nature of the game is to get the shuttle going downwards and soft, make your opponents create the openings. And over push by Zhu Shen.
Oh, super backhand from Thomas Laybourne.
9-4.
Has an incredible ability to be able to hit the shuttle cross court from anywhere on his backhand. Very, very difficult to read actually what he's going to do.
That's a good smash from Zhu Chen. Channel attack, as we call it, down the centre of the court. Both the Danish players, slight hesitation as to who should be playing it. And by the time Thomas Laybourne decided to do so, well, crikey, 274. That's just under 171 miles per hour. Clever smash. Margin does have a tendency, she's a fabulous player at the front of the court, but I always think that perhaps her one weakness is the fact that she tends to be a little bit committed on her defence. On that occasion, committed to the backhand side. Oh my goodness, it's getting faster and faster. 283. 176 miles per hour. Just to put that into perspective, the fastest tennis serve, Ivo Karlovic, 156 miles per hour. It's gone wide. Oh, what a tremendous start to this semi-final by the number 8 seeds. 6-point advantage.
Når vi server ham i forhånden lidt ud i vælge, så kommer den der korte, eller sådan en halvkorte kryds, den må du godt være lidt mere ops på, ikke? Ja. Og i baghånden, der han har lavet den der helt kort på den sidste, ellers så har han kørt dem ud af til en af jer bagest. Han går med catcheren hele tiden. skide godt. Når vi er højt på bolden, så kan vi lave de der stressløft.
Well, I'm sure Lars Uart pretty happy with their start. Winner of 3 mixed doubles titles here at the All England Championships with Gao Ling. And of course, 2 Olympic gold medals. I think he knows a thing or two about mixed doubles.
Not a bad player, Jill. He won a fair few titles in his time. Very, very powerful individual. You know, that's the one thing that the Chinese mixed doubles men really like to be, is dominate from the rear cup. So far in this game, not being allowed to.
Well, he's pleased with that. Zhu Chen has obviously been told he's got to be more aggressive. Here's his power smash, his power play. And that's a careless low serve, wide of the centre line.
12-6.
Well, it's interesting to me, Anthony, that both these pairs, both the men, very, very willing to come forward to the net, which means that they have tremendous confidence in their partners to deal with any pressure at the back of the court.
Well, the natural nature of mixed doubles is usually lady at the front, aggressive man at the back. You know, both of these pairs showing different elements to the way the sport can be played.
And that goes down as a missed opportunity in my book. Zhu Chen reading the block. Just seemed to almost take his eye off the shuttle. It always makes me laugh the way Lars Uart, instead of clapping, the coach, the Danish coach, he clicks his fingers after a good rally. There he goes. That's a good smash.
9-40.
It's a lot of power coming down on this one. You know, he's really looking to try and dominate with his power.
290, goodness me, 180 miles per hour. I think that's the fastest of the tournament so far. Yeah, getting in a tangle. Zhu Chen looking to defend backhand stance and having to switch to his forehand side.
It's always a case of if you never get your feet in the right position, can't possibly play the shot. You know, straight-legged. We're usually taught to make sure your legs are bent, make sure your feet are active. On that occasion, just, you know, the opposite.
Oh, it's just long. And there, a little wry smile towards her partner.
10-15.
Yeah, good call by the line judge. Seems to me, Anthony, that the Chinese combination are beginning to really step in on these little half-court pushes. No longer letting the shuttle drop low, they're reaching out and taking it earlier, and it's really making a difference in the rallies.
Absolutely, I think it's the way to play against the Danes. Make Thomas Leybourne really twist and turn all around the court. You know, he is a very, very aggressive player when he's coming forwards, but when you make him do the hard work first, you take away a lot of his weapons. I think the Chinese are definitely trying to adopt that.
Now very animated.
12-16.
Perhaps not the best of serves.
Well, the impressive thing so far from the start of this game is Camilla Rutayul's passion to take everything on at the net. She knows that the Chinese pair are almost too good on the attack, and she's willing to take every opportunity she possibly can to keep the shuttle going downwards.
The serve is short of the mark.
17-12. Service over. 13-17.
Oh, it's a great angle from Zhu Chen. And it's interesting to me that all the Chinese players now are not just giving one hand signal behind their back, they're giving two, so they're letting their partner know what serve they're going to play, where they're going to play it, but they're also indicating which side she's going to cover. Well, relatively slow smash for him. Goodness me, still wouldn't like to defend that.
Thank you.
Well, I think he's going to try and go for the world record today, Jill. He's certainly hitting some big ones, isn't he, out there? But it was the angle of the smashes in that occasion that was so devastating.
There we go. The two different signals. That's a good rally.
Definite kind of rally that the Chinese want. Definite game plan for the Chinese will always be to work the Danes as hard as they physically can. Perhaps Thomas Leybourne's one weakness is that perhaps isn't as fit as the Chinese guys, and I think they know that, and that's why they're adapting these long, hard-working rallies.
There's that backhand again. Oh, once again going cross-court. It's not only the technical ability, it's the vision, the awareness that that's where he's got to play it.
it's such a special shot because it's actually facing the wrong direction as well. You know, it's almost behind him, and to have the wrist sort of flexibility to be able to hit that cross is just special.
Late, please.
Always landed on the line. Misjudgment from Margin.
19-15.
Oh, that is superb from Zhu Chen.
His footwork in that rally is tremendous. So quick to be able to get onto all of these shots there so early. Knows it's coming to the net, in again.
That's a great return of serve. And with that delicate touch comes 4 game points. Big gap. Wrong choice of shot from Zhu Chen to try the cross-court clear to the left-hander, and the Danes took full advantage.
First goal by Thomas Laybourne and Camilla Rutiul, 21-16.
21-16 confirms the umpire. And the Danish coach is absolutely delighted with that, as indeed they should be. 21-16 the opening game in 20 minutes of play.
Eventuelt slå et drop. Ja. Nej, det er hun ikke, men hvis vi kun gør det, så kan hun jo godt begynde at gætte det. Ikke? Det er den ene ting. Den anden ting er, at når du har de der flade, eller sådan i mellemlejet, så stop eller over. Ja. Der vil han rigtig gerne have, at du fyrer en hård af. Ja. Dem dækker han godt af herude, ikke? Der får han chancen. Det er det eneste, de sådan rigtig straffer os på.
对，你们这边是逆风了，应该是。他前面加了很多，我们底下都接外。你们感受呢？是不是这边是顶风了？差不了太多是吧？好，加。
Jeg synes ikke efter den der over i baghånden, den der med typen
Nej, lad den gå, og så kan du udfordre hende med blødt på den, ikke?
Ja.
Ja, videre her.
Danish coach Lars Uar advising Thomas Laybourne that when he's pushed down his forehand side and he's playing the drive, not to try and drive it back, to block it straight, and that of course will allow his partner, the left-hander, to move forward to the net. So rather than get into the driving battle, he wants more pace taken out of the rallies. But in general, he seemed pretty happy with his players, Anthony.
Can't fault their performance so far. Tactically, very, very clever. Of course, Thomas Laybourne does get dragged into that drive game because he's so good at it. But obviously, where his strengths lie is getting his partner in and around the net, and she's been fantastic so far in this match.
That's a great shot. Oops. Oh, it's gone long of the back line. My goodness, how on earth did the Danes get away with that?
Unbelievable rally. The defence during that rally, incredible. Thomas Leybourne took a gamble. He was jumping into the net. The shot went over his head. Somehow managed to get back and get it back. And then his partner pulled out an incredible sort of inside-out forehand.
Yeah, extraordinary. Another one's gone wide of that centre line.
2-all.
Really is struggling with his serve today. He's normally got a very, very efficient serve today. He's made quite a lot of mistakes with it.
More of a problem if you suddenly got to serve to a left-hander.
I think it changes your mind with what you've got to do, but you know, you need to have the ability to be able to go wide, take it to the body, go to the tee, you know, not just always serve to the same place. If there's a left-hander standing there on their forehand very, very close, got to be able to twist and turn that player.
That's lovely play.
Fantastic technique, this one from Thomas Leybourne. To be able to step in and hit that so crisp like he has, awesome technique.
It's gone wide. Well, I thought last night Thomas Leybourne and Camilo Ruto heel against their teammates. I thought the intensity was absolutely superb. Shown again in that rally, especially from Thomas Leybourne.
You can kind of see why he's had so many injury problems over the years. I mean, he literally will never ever let the shuttle hit the ground. And if he can dive to it, he will do. I mean, that rally, he showed so much speed to be able to pick up the shot that wasn't even really his.
Yeah. 3 times he's either played a winner or forced an error or set up the rally with that cross-court backhand from driving it across court. Absolutely superb. Yeah, aim towards the right hip.
That's great play from the Chinese. That's the kind of thing that Zhu Chen has got to do more of. He's got to look to come forwards and take them on in that area. At the moment, I think the Danish pair are definitely dominating the mid-court with the variation.
Very fast back to the flip serve.
7-3.
I think Thomas Leybourne's actually probably one of the best returners of serve in the game. You know, he's not the tallest player in the world, but he's so fast off the mark. It's very, very difficult to serve to him.
What a great interception, hunting the shuttle at the net. Thomas Leybourne.
8-3.
I think this definite style of play from the Danish pair have confused the Chinese. I don't think they really know how to change what's going on at the moment.
Wonderful. Great disguise, great angle from margin.
To have the awareness that both the players were going to be coming towards the centre, that's incredible sort of mind reading that's going on in that ahead in that shot.
Of course, the Danes not only former world champions, but former world #1s. Spent a total of 14 weeks on the top of the rankings. Hit the top of the tape, fell back the Danish side.
Thomas.
That's wonderful play. The return of service, the kicking again. That means he's very happy.
9-5.
Well, Xu Chen has just got to realise that you just cannot drive the shuttle hard through Camilla Rutayul. You know, it's the best area of her game. You know, the hard drive, she loves it. She's at the perfect height for it. And
Brilliant. Emphasising your point.
you know, you've got to work out very quickly in a match. I mean, they should have done the preparation beforehand. That this is Camilla Rutayul's favourite area of the game. You know, every time, and she will always go for it. Even if she misses the odd one, she'll always commit to those kind of shots. And that's why she's so dangerous, because she does it over and over and over again. She misses very few.
Phenomenal. What a rally, and what a way to end that rally. Emphatic kill. Oh, he's wondering whether he should go back to help his partner. Realises that she's quite content. Steps in, intercepts. So a game in 11-5. And only 30 minutes of play, it really has been so intense.
Der må godt snart komme et tryk mod hjørnerne på ham, for lige at holde ham beskæftiget dernede, ikke? Og så de søger nu, når de kan.
Well, I wonder what the Chinese coach is telling Xu Chen. It was interesting at the mid-game interval, or rather the interval between the first and second games. Chinese coach was spending most of his time talking to Xu Chen rather than Ma Jin. Obviously he feels he's the one that tactically perhaps a little bit less experienced than his partner in mixed doubles, and he's the one that needs the instruction.
11-5. Play.
I think that is the one area of Xu Chen's game that needs a lot of work. You know, he is an incredible athlete. His speed around the court, very, very impressive, but needs to learn to play, obviously, the right shot at the right time. I mean, obviously, in that occasion, it was the right shot, just executed badly, but you just can't get away with the game of always hitting it hard all the time.
I think part of the problem is that the Chinese are so good at the fast game, the flat exchanges and so on, and the Danes are frustrating them at the moment because they're slowing it down, they're using the angles, and they so desperately want to try and get into their favoured way of playing that they're just hitting everything hard instead of thinking about the placement of where they're hitting it. Racket gone from Leybourne.
I think you've really got to credit the Danish pair with the performance they've brought out so far today. Very, very clever. You know, Thomas Leybourne is an incredible athlete in his own right, and he's been able to match the Chinese for speed and power, and he's also got the delicate touches and the vision and eyesight they have around the net to be able to clinically put the shot on the floor with some of the drives that are coming through them. Takes incredible reactions.
telegraph the drop shot.
8-12.
That's a lot better from Zhu Chen. He's looking to push up the court there. That's the big difference. He's got to get in and around the net. And he's got to be the one that dominates this court.
That's a super return. And that's one of her favourite shots, which is why I've been a little bit confused that earlier on in the match, Zhu Chen has been determined when serving to the from right-hand court to right-hand court, and Camilla Ruta-Yul serving to the tee, because that's on her forehand side, and she just does like that little almost brush shot and plays it so well.
That's a brilliant drive from Thomas Leiborn, just showing how much power he does have. No way that Zhu Chen can even get anywhere near making the court with that one.
Yeah, that's what she does best, Margin. And she hasn't had many opportunities to really command from the front, because, as you say, Camilla Ruta-Yul has been there first. Yeah. Oh, extraordinary. Brilliance. Wonderful rally.
Just some fantastic shots all round in that rally. Incredible sort of reading of the game from Ruta-Yul at the beginning, and that's a fantastic amount of wrist power to be able to turn the whole body and then whip it back cross court, completely deceiving both of his opponents.
Thank you. Thomas.
Call good. Zhu Chen doesn't like the call. It was awfully close.
15-10.
Well, Zhu Chen is standing, looking at the giant screen at the National Indoor Arena, and wants to see the replay for himself. But he won't see it. We will. Oh, that was a bad call by the line judge. It was just wide. Yep. Oh dear.
Thank you.
Psychologically, a huge difference between
15-10.
11-14, or as it is because of the call, 15-10. Well worked rally.
16.
You can see now Zhu Chen's really frustrated with that line call. Like you said, Jill, so important to have got to that 11-14 point for the Chinese, and now they're 6 points down and the game is almost over. You know, games and matches and tournaments are won and lost on decisions like that, and it's so crucial.
Superb. Force Margin off the net, force her deep in her base defending position, then throw in the little block. It's wonderful tactics.
It's impressive from Camilla Ruta-Yul. It's like a magnet, the shuttle to that forehand. It just always seems to end up in that area, and she's got the power, but she's so tall, she's got the angle to bring it down with lovely sort of finesse.
What a great serve. What a serve. Changed the angle, served out wide.
I think Yul thought that one was short, but the deception on that serve is incredible.
Mr. Ben Yoniyama, president of Yonex company, enjoying the semi-finals day. It's been well wide.
It's just great play from the Danish pair. They're making Zhuchan have to produce ridiculously difficult shots to even get back into the rally.
Just well.
14-18.
And all set up with the deceptive flick serve from Zhu Chen.
15-18.
Played the last 3 or 4 points very, very well, the Chinese. Almost relaxed a little bit now. You know, they know they're almost out the game and getting very, very close. I think the Danes have got a little bit tense too.
Well, that is superb. Got back so quickly for her to play a winning smash like that. Finding the tram lines. 207. Yeah, that's long.
16-19.
Well, that looked a very nervous lift from Camilla Yul.
17-19.
Oh, so desperately close now. Wonderful play from Margin. Kept her nerve. Took on the left-hander. Prepared to play back to the net.
She's just started to get herself right into this match now. You know, almost at the death. She's come alive, coming out with shots that we haven't seen in the rest of the match. And no, she is making the Danes very, very nervous by being difficult.
Good patience. Camilla Yul from the back of the court, varying pace of shots, varying angle.
20.
And Thomas Leybourne was ready to pounce as soon as the opportunity came. Wonderful interception, and it means that the Danes are on the verge of another All-England final. They've done it 7 years after their first All-England final. Thomas Leybourne and Camilla Rutillon through to the final once again. They've defeated the defending champions. The Danish fans celebrate, and I can tell you that my colleagues from Danish television are celebrating too. They're out of their seats, they're leaping in the air. And so they should celebrate. What a wonderful performance. Executed their tactics quite brilliantly. So, 2005, they were beaten in the All-England final by the British combination of Nathan Robertson and Gail Ems. They're through to the final once again, come back from injury. And they've come back in style. My goodness, they won the title last week at the German Grand Prix. They've continued that good form, and they're through to the All-England final. Their confirmation of how they did it, 21-16, 21-18 in 44 minutes of play. Well, as they take leave, goodness me, what an exciting semi-final to get us off on semi-finals day. And that confirms they're through to the final. It's wonderful to see in mixed doubles semi-finals 4 different nations involved at semi-final stage. And of course, yesterday, 2 British pairs involved. But for the home fans, bitter disappointment as both British pairs went out in 3 games. But certainly European interest in tomorrow's final, that's for certain, because of the mixed doubles. What a great game. And of course they will play the winners of the Malaysians Chan and Go up against the Indonesians Ahmad and Natsir. So Danish supporters happy after the first semi-final. So that is the first of our 5 semi-finals completed. And the Danes, of course, will be involved later on in the men's doubles, our third match, but before that we have men's singles and Lee Chong-wei, the two-time defending champion, trying to make it through to his 4th consecutive final here at the All England. So here is the defending champion, the world #1, Lee Chong-wei. Well, the 29-year-old Lee Chong-wei being world #1 since August 2008. So the umpire doing the toss of the coin. Zhang Liang of China. So the left-handed Lee Hyun-il up against Lee Chong-wei. 13-0 his win-loss record for the year. Played 2 tournaments, won 2 tournaments. A couple of team competition matches in there as well, because of course the Asian Team Championships, which act as qualifiers for the Thomas Cup, undefeated in those as well. Not a bad career win-loss record either, is it? Absolutely sensational. So his form so far, well, all of his matches in 2 straight games. Hasn't played against another seeded player yet, but that first round against the former world junior champion, and then in the second round against Vitinghus of Denmark, saved 2 game points in that first game, incidentally, which he won 23-21. 21-18 in the second, and that was most definitely the most difficult match he's had so far, because in the quarterfinal yesterday against Rumbaka of Indonesia, 9-11 in just 28 minutes. He really was sensational in his quarterfinal yesterday. So to the #8 seed, Lee Hyun-il from Korea, #7 in the world rankings at the moment. And his win-loss record for the year, 7-5. Had a good Korean Open, I can tell you. Although he lost in the second round, he lost to the Olympic champion Lin Dan in 3 games. But here at the All England, much more straightforward for him. First round against the qualifier Chao Tian-Chen, the second round against Mark Zwiebler of Germany. Of course, Mark Zwiebler was semi-finalist last year here at the All England, and then in the quarterfinal against the qualifier Darren Liu from Malaysia. So he, like his opponent, has not played any seeded players, and like his opponent, all of his matches in 2 straight games. So this is the 13th meeting between these 2 players, and that may surprise a lot of people, because the previous head-to-heads on the previous 12 is an awful lot closer than one would assume. But of course, Lee Chong-wei has won 5 of the last 6 encounters, including that last one at the Team Championships, Thomas Cup qualifying, just last month in Macau. So Lee Hyun-il, the 31-year-old from Seoul, is going to be turning 32 next month. Of course, he reached the All England final in 2006, lost out to Lin Dan in that final 6 years ago. And he's up against Lee Chong-wei, the 2-time defending champion, trying to make it through to his 4th consecutive final here at the All England Championships. So our umpire from China, Zhang Liang, service judge from England. Well, this man, extraordinary career he's had, Lee Hyun-il. He's retired 3 times, come back 3 times. And here he is in the semi-final of the All England once again.
On my right, Lee Chong-wei, Malaysia.
Plenty of Malaysian supports.
And on my left, Lee Xinyi, Korea. Lee Chong-wei to serve, level play.
Well, I have to say, I've felt as the tournament has gone on, Lee Chong-wei, in my opinion, has looked better and better. He looks as if he's moving faster and faster. His quarter-final yesterday evening against Rumbaka of Indonesia just seemed to be gliding around the court at lightning speed. Really was incredible to watch.
It's just one of those players that can just almost cruise around the early rounds, and he knows that as the tournament gets on, the players get better and better and better, and he just needs to raise his game a little bit. When he does play as quick and explosive as possibly can, he can be devastating.
Service over, 1-2.
But you can't underestimate his opponent, Lee Hyun-il. Just wide. He would be disappointed to have missed. Oh, well, was it? Pushed it well. Anthony, I was saying that this man, Lee Hyun-il, a forgotten man really of badminton, but he's achieved so much. Not only All England finalist back in 2006, of course he was 4th at the Olympic Games in Beijing, twice been a medalist at the Asian Games, a silver medal and a bronze medal, and of course bronze medalist at the World Championships. But he went off the radar after he retired, supposedly after the Beijing Olympics, and then Korea needed him for their Thomas Cup in 2010. He came back and he's playing better than ever.
He is a phenomenal badminton player. You know, we talk about Lee Chong-wei's speed and explosive power, but Lee Hyun-il is what you call very graceful around the badminton court. He's very smooth with his movement. When he plays his overheads, very, very deceptive, because every shot he plays looks the same.
It's tremendous.
It's a very strange one, what you're saying, Jill, about retiring 3 times. You know, what would bring a man of his qualities to almost want to give up the game and then come back again?
Well, there's a simple answer to that. He was very vocal about saying that he felt that when the Koreans hired former Chinese coach Lee Mao, he felt that the training was too hard, in that he had had a great deal of success. And in fact, his whole style of play, to me, revolves around his fitness levels. And I think that he felt that there was a bit of a personality clash, perhaps, between him and Lee Mao. And therefore, he left the National Training Centre. And in essence, with a country like Korea, if you leave the national training, you're basically leaving world badminton.
That's an incredible thought, to think that a player of Lee Hyun-il's strength and power, and I've seen him in the gym, he can lift weights like, you know, I've never seen badminton players do before. And so if he thought the training was hard, I mean, you could imagine how difficult that training environment must have been.
Lee Mao now working in Indonesia. I think he has worked in Malaysia as well. Coached Lee Chong-wei at one stage.
Service over, 5-6.
Oh, that's brilliant. What an angle. The way he moved to get behind the shuttle, to give himself the options of where he can place his smash.
That's the dangerous thing about Lee Chung-wei. He's got the ability to hit that one straight down the line, straight at the body and cross, and that accuracy on a regular basis as well. Lee Hyun-il's got fantastic defence, so to be able to get through a player like him, you know the quality's there.
Missed it.
Service over. 6-7.
Incredible again, incredible movement, agility.
It's just amazing how far he can jump across the court to get around those. You know, he's taken off from the centre line and right round the head. Impressive power.
Well, there's the defence you were talking about. And again, extraordinary.
It's just incredible, like I said, about his leg strength. To be able to get down that low every time. It's so good. And like I say, Lee Chung-wei's attack is potentially the best, if not very best in the world. And Lee Hyun-il made it almost look easy.
Just taking it a little too late. You're going to play a tight spinning net shot, you really got to be reaching out and taking the shuttle almost at tape height. Yeah, there's no doubt that Lee Chung-wei is winning the battle at the net at the moment. And the Malaysian has a 4 points advantage here at the mid-game interval. And he really has had the most extraordinary record of late, not only world #1, but after losing in the quarter-final of the World Championships in Paris in 2010, then proceeded to reach the final of his next 17 tournaments. That was a 14-month period. Every tournament he played, he reached at least the final. He won numerous titles throughout that time. Of course, last year, 7 titles. First 11 tournaments of the year, 11 finals. Started 2012, 2 tournaments, 2 titles. Well, it's just extraordinary. And I think that's what so impresses me, is his consistency to be able to do that week after week. You were talking yesterday, Anthony, about players who, once they've won the big titles, been able to maintain that, and whether you have the same motivation. To me, Lee Chung-wei being able to produce it week after week, month after month, year after year, makes him incredibly special.
It does, but you know, somebody like Lin Dan, for example, he has won all the majors. So I think that's the thing that is evading Lee Chung-wei at the moment.
Well, by majors, I assume you mean World Championships and Olympic Games, because he certainly won the All England, which is regarded very much as one of the majors.
It is absolutely one of the biggest tournaments of the year, but you know, if you were to ask Lin Dan or Lee Chung-wei which tournaments they would want to win. The World Champs and the Olympic Games would definitely be at the top of that list, with obviously the All England following just behind, I think.
Missed it.
10-11.
I think there was slight hesitation, indecision as to whether he should be playing that at all, because he seemed to let that drop very low, deep in his forehand corner.
I think the tactics he's come out with today, Lee, are absolutely right. He's just been a bit sloppy on the odd little shot. We've had a couple of net shots that he didn't really take early enough, and that one again let drop. Can't afford to do that against somebody of the quality of Lee Chung-wei.
Service over. 11-13.
Finished 2011 very well, did Lee Hyun-il. Won his last two tournaments. The Macau Grand Prix and the Korea Grand Prix events. And that's well long off the back line.
14-11.
There's a little sign of frustration at the end of that rally from Lee Hyun-il.
15-11.
One thing that's happening at the moment, Jill, is there's a lot more people in the arena today. It's a lot warmer out there as well. We've noticed a couple of shuttles have been going out the back of the court, not just by a little bit, but quite some way. And I think the speed of the shuttles, because of the heat, has actually gone up. And I think the players are struggling to keep a good length.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Service over. 12-15.
Oh, precision on the net play once again from Lee Chung-wei. You don't get much better than this.
16-12.
Perfection.
Service over. 13-16.
Always landed well in.
14-16.
It was much closer than I thought. Yeah, he's done it again.
He's definitely started to find his length now, Lee Hyun-il. But I've noticed the way that he's actually hitting these shots, he has taken a little bit of the power off his lifts and his clears. I mean, that's incredible to be able to hit the line like that twice on the trot.
Malaysian fans in fine voice. And there's just 1 point in it. Another misjudgment from Lee Chong-wei.
16.
And Lee Hyun-il is back level. 4 straight points. Missed it. Well, no wonder he tosses his racket in the air, because he defended the difficult ones. And then when he had the opportunity to do something himself and play an attacking shot, he was well wide.
It's just such a shame that that ended in such a terrible shot. Incredible leg strength and everything to be able to get some of those. Lee Chong-wei smashes back was so good, and then almost Lee Chong-wei give him a chance and he couldn't take it.
Uncharacteristic error from Lee Chong-wei. Inch perfect. Well, Lee Chong-wei, I think, just having a quick word with the umpire to say, I think my opponent's trying to influence the line call, but that was perfection. That's great judgment from Lee Hyun-il.
Minnesota, 18 all.
This is where Lee Chong-wei is normally so good. You know, he really can ramp up the speed and bring up the quality of his game. See whether Lee Hyun-il can cope with that.
Slightly lazy on his backhand there, Lee Hyun-il. Oh, that's a wonderful lift from the net from Lee Chong-wei. Here's the last one. He lifted long. That was perfect. And with it, and 2 game points. Missed it.
Almost too relaxed on that last overhead. You know, I think we were all expecting him just to put it straight on the line, and got a bit sloppy.
This time, second time of asking, the defending champion converts and takes the opening game. 21-19. And Lee Hyun-il, another block into the net. He knows that unless it's perfect, it will be severely punished by Lee Chong-wei. 21 minutes for that opening game. And the Malaysian 21-19. Tae-Soo Bok, Lee Chong-wei's coach.
하면 된다고 지금. 네? 넘어갔습니다. 네? 아, 실수가 아니야. 다 보내는 거야. 네? 너무 안 된다. 마지막.
Interesting to me the fact that Tae-Soo Bok, the Malaysian coach, just a very quick word with Lee Chong-wei, whereas the Korean coach spending a lot longer time with Lee Hyun-il.
Second game, level. Play.
Apologises immediately for his good fortune.
It's not the kind of luck you want against Lee Chong-wei. He's good enough player as it is, never mind the net court getting involved.
That's a nice reverse angle. That is just delightful. The disguise, the accuracy. Racket head control. Oh, it's called wide. Well, Lee Hyun-il doesn't like the call, I have to say. I'm slightly surprised myself at that. Umpire was in a good position to have overruled, but she obviously agreed with the line judge. Little clench fist there from Lee Chong-wei. Good indication of his state of mind. He realises, I think, that he's beginning to wear down his opponent.
Just brilliant from Lee Chong-wei in that rally. 2 dives down to the side, but it's just speed in which you can get up. I remember when I played, if I dived, it seemed to take me forever to get back up, but he seems to be able to jump up and then hit a smash straight after.
Yeah, good judgment. And this is where the Korean is going to have to psychologically dig so deep. Yeah, that was nicely done from him. Oh, yes. Nice play.
Lee Hyun-il's overheads are so good. He's so smooth with the way he strikes the shuttle. Incredibly accurate as well.
As you start to get a little bit fatigued, timing just off the mark slightly.
Just seems to be a bit of the nature of this game so far. Lee Hyun-il's played some fantastic badminton so far in this match. Just a bit sloppy on occasions.
That's going wide. I think the problem is for all of Lee Chong-wei's opponents, all the other top players in the world, they know that unless they play the perfect shot against the world #1, it's going to be severely punished, and therefore they try going for lines, they try going for the perfect net shot, the perfect drop. And of course, if you're not giving yourself any room for error, then that's when you start making direct mistakes and it looks sloppy. But I think it's because of the constant pressure from Lee Chong-wei. Service fault called, struck above the waist, says our service judge. Don't often see a service fault called in singles, do you? That's good.
It's very good. Just going back to the serve thing, Joe, I think similar to what you were saying about the kind of pressure Lee Chong-wei puts you under. You know, you feel like you've got to hit that perfect serve, and that's why he's perhaps raised it a little bit. So in order to do that, so you don't normally get service judges calling the serves in singles, but he obviously feels as though he needs to gain that advantage just so that Lee Chong-wei can't do anything with it.
Goodness, complete miss hit from Lee Chong-wei. And his coach is looking up to the lights as well.
So he is human after all, Jill. I can do those as well.
What a great lift. Oh, my goodness. That's just dream play from Lee Chong-wei. Used all four corners of the court, and then the accuracy on his final smash. Yeah, there's the Malaysians. He's come back in.
That's very, very clever. He sent that probably 5 or 6 centimetres outside the court, knowing that Drift's going to bring it back in. And when you watch Lee Chong-wei on this kind of form, you almost feel a bit sorry for the opponents. It's just so impressive of the kind of game he can bring to the court.
The way he's commanding the rallies, the way he's thinking on court now and working his opponents is the very reason he's world #1. The drop shots poised, ready to come forward, making Lee Hyun-il late onto the shuttle. He looks pretty relaxed at the moment. And I suspect that Lee Hyun-il is wondering what on earth he has to do to break down the Malaysian. There's an awful lot of players in world badminton that wonder that.
I was just thinking a few seconds ago, just watching his coach talk to Lee Chong-wei. What an honour and a pleasure to be Lee Chong-wei's coach. I mean, you know, you're sending your man out there and he's doing these kind of things on a badminton court. You know, it'd be a nice job to have.
11-6, play.
It's gone wide.
12-6.
Oh, another mistimed shot.
Service over. 7-12.
I think you just always expect perfection from Lee Chong-wei. The reality is he's playing against one of the best players in the world. And, you know, Lee Hyun-il is still putting pressure on Lee Chong-wei, and he's still capable of the odd snatchy little shot.
I was waiting for that. Here's Lee Hyun-il waiting for the cross-court angle. And that's the problem of going for these cross-courts in singles. If your opponent does read it, all they've got to do is play that simple little straight block, and then you're left with the full diagonal of the court to scamper. It's long.
Service over. 13-8.
Interesting that in rally, Lee Chong-wei quite content to let his opponent command the rally, dictate the pace, and he was quite happy just to react to it.
What was really cheeky, a little bit of showboating going on in that rally. When he actually dived, he stayed on the ground for a bit longer than he really needed to.
Once again, not getting up from the dive position. In fact, just watching to see that his shot had gone over and then reacted to it, moved to the net. There he is, just watching it. Yeah, I'll have to get up and play another one. But in the end, he didn't. That's just unbelievable. It wasn't such a bad net shot from Lee Hyun-il. In fact, it was terrific. But Lee Chong-wei still managed to take it off the top of the tape. Did a full pirouette as well after it. Well, full of confidence now, the Malaysian. With a 9-point advantage, so he should be.
Service over, 9-17.
Just steadily worked the rally, worked his opponents until eventually he got the short lift and the opportunity to finish it off.
18-9.
The man has no weaknesses at all. Yeah, he's made the odd little mistakes throughout this match, but he just can do every single thing you could possibly want.
Service over, 10-18.
Interesting change of tactics from Lee Hyun-il. Playing a much faster rally there, more attacking play.
11-18.
Yeah, suddenly, pace of movement, pace of shot, all gone up.
Absolutely brilliant couple of rallies. Yeah, maybe that is the way that you've got to play against Lee Chung-wei. Very aggressive, take him on in the mid-court.
Oh, that's terrific too.
Took that shot so early. That was a decent smash from Lee Chung-wei. He's almost stepped in on that one. That's unbelievable skill.
He knew that time was running out and he had to do something a little bit different. And indeed, he's doing it. All credit to Lee Hyun-il. Well, 6 straight points now. And all of a sudden, it's believable. There's only 3 points in it.
Quality that's coming off Lee Hyun-il's racket at the moment, it's just incredible, to be honest. I mean, if he was able to play like this all the time, he would be unplayable.
Well.
16-18.
Well, this is partly the penalty of perhaps Lee Chong-wei relaxing a little too much at those 3 rallies where you described him as showboating. Since then, he's just lost his intensity. But that will certainly help the Malaysians' cause. And that run of 0.7 straight points comes to an end, much to the relief of the Malaysian fans. But that's very well played by the left-hander.
17-19.
What I was saying earlier about his ability overhead, so smooth, so accurate. You know, even somebody of Lee Chong-wei's quality still doesn't know which way he's going with either of those shots.
Unbelievable. What a rally. The intensity, the concentration of both men, supreme. But the final net kill from Lee Chong-wei means that he has 3 match points. Brilliantly saved. What commitment in that rally from Lee Hyun-il.
18-20.
Just fantastic overhead again. Look at the power and the pace into that net kill. Brilliant commitment.
Oh, I don't believe it. And the smash down the centre of the court. The change of tactics. He smashed down the sidelines prior to that. What a clever, clever play from Lee Chong-wei. A net exchange that was just incredible. And Lee Chong-wei, the 2-time defending champion, through to his 4th consecutive All-England final.
21-18. Thank you.
Look at this net exchange. That was a net cord. How on earth did Lee Hyun-il get it back and get it back with such accuracy to extend the rally? And then here came the clever smash. The left-hander was expecting it cross courts. Yes, but the Malaysian, the world #1, is happy with that, and so he should be. 21-19, 21-18. in a wonderful demonstration of men's singles. Terrific match. And Lee Chong-wei once again through to the final of the All England Championships. So Lee Chong-wei leaves the courts, perhaps a little bit guilty of allowing his opponents into that second game when he seemed to be so much in command. 18-9 up he was before eventually closing it out 21-18. Well, time for his fans. He really is such a wonderful ambassador for the sport, both on court and off. Well, the crowd's still chanting his name. Megastar in Malaysia and throughout the whole of Asia. And he's certainly got a very large following here at the All England in Birmingham. That means that he's safely through to his 4th consecutive final. And as with the mixed doubles, it's marvellous that at semi-final stage we've had 4 nations involved. Of course, we don't know who Lee Chong-wei will play as yet. It will either be Kenichi Tago, former All England finalist, of course, or Lin Dan, 4 times former champion. So we'll wait to find out who will be Lee Chong-wei's opponent tomorrow. So that's 2 of our semi-finals have been completed. Dane's obviously happy with the mixed doubles and the defending champion Lee Chong-wei in the men's singles. Well, that was superb performance. Of course, we've got more Danish action to come because the holders of the men's doubles, Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen, are next on court. So here are the defending champions, trying to make it through to their 3rd consecutive final, because of course they were beaten finalists in 2010 as well as winning the title last year. It's interesting at semi-final stage of the men's doubles, 3 of the 4 pairs have actually won this title previously. The only pair that hasn't is the Japanese pair in the top half of the draw.
Which side?
Because this Korean pair of Lee Yong-dae, there he is, and his partner Jung Jae-sung won the title here in 2008. For Jung Jae-sung, this is his last All-England Championships. But the Danish pair won the title last year in a thrilling final against the number 5 seeds Koo Kian Kiat and Tam Boon Hyun from Malaysia. Number 3 seeds this year, and their win-loss record for the year. Just one individual tournament played, and that was the Korean Super Series. They lost out to the Chinese pair of Hong Wei and Shen Ye in 2 straight games. So those other matches, other 2 matches from the European Team Championships, they won both of those. Well, so far in this tournament, they've looked very impressive indeed, including their quarter-final yesterday against number 5 seeds Chai Biao and Guo Zhendong of China. But also take note of that second-round match against the reigning Olympic champions Marcus Guido and Hendra Setiawan of Indonesia. And if you were with us earlier in the week, you would have seen that, and it was a good match, but the Danes just tactically played the big points so well. So to the number 2 seeds, the Korean pair of Jung Jae-sung on the left as we look at them, and his younger partner Lee Yong-dae, just 23 years of age, Jung Jae-sung 29. And as I say, they are former champions here of the All England, won the title in 2008, and their win-loss record for the year 7-2, and that translates into 2 tournaments where they've reached the final. Last week at the German Grand Prix, and of course lost the final of their home event, the Korean Super Series. Withdrew from the Malaysian Super Series event because of the injury to Jung Jae-sung's shoulder. Well, there's how they've got through to the quarterfinal, including the first round against the qualifiers from Malaysia, and then the English pairing of Adcock and Ellis in the second, and then the quarterfinal got revenge for their final defeat last week in Germany, beating their conquerors from a week ago in 2 straight games. So the Koreans, the number 2 seeds, the Danes, the number 3 seeds. This should be a terrific match. So the seeding panning out absolutely correctly in the bottom half of the draw. This is the 15th meeting between these 2 pairs, the defending champions, the number 3 seeds Matthias Boe and Carsten Mogensen, against the number 2 seeds, the 2008 champions. And indeed, the Koreans won the last meeting, which was at the Super Series Finals, in the group stage of the Super Series Finals at the end of last year. But I think the most important statistic from the previous 14 meetings is the fact that the Koreans have won 5 of the last 6 encounters. So Wolfgang Lund of France is our umpire for this men's doubles encounter in Spear and service judge. So the Danes desperately trying to reach their 3rd consecutive All England final. And I know from the Korea Super Series event, the first of the Super Series of 2012, read an interview from Jung Jae-sung where he was saying, well, obviously, as this is his last year, he's going to retire after the London Olympics. So desperately wants to do well every tournament. He knows it's his last chance. And he really is such a strong athlete. Not the tallest of men, 168, that's 5'6". Serves in the army. His partner, Lee Yong-dae, of course the Olympic mixed doubles champion.
Mathias Boer and Carsten Mogensen from Denmark. And on my left, Jung Jae-sung, Lee Yong-dae from Korea. Mathias Boer to serve to Lee Yong-dae. Love all, play.
So the 31-year-old left-handed Dane, Mathias Boe, getting his semi-final underway. And left is long. And I think, Anthony, this is a very interesting contest. Not only are the number 2 and 3 ranked pairs in the world, but also very contrasting styles.
Very much so, Jill. I think the Danish will want to vary the pace all the time. Soft smashes, reverse slices. I know when I've played these players in the past, they know they can't get through with power. Fences from the Koreans incredibly strong. And I've spoke with Mathias and with Carsten about this before, that they almost hit very, very soft smashes on purpose.
Yeah, it's a good call. The Danes weren't happy. And the line judge was absolutely correct.
Service over. Two, three.
Great return of serve from Mathias Boe. Getting it right down to the side, sending it up an easy kill for his partner.
Well, immediately aiming their attacking play, the Koreans on the left-handed Mathias Boe. We were talking about it yesterday during their quarter-final against the number 5 seeds Chai Biao and Guo Zhendong of China. But Mathias Boe, absolutely brilliant coming forward to the net and anticipating at the front of the court, but perhaps a little frailty in his defensive play, especially when you switch it from one side to the other. And therefore, of course, the Danes are going to try and get on the attack as much as possible.
Definite tactic of the Danish players, always to attack, never try and give the lift away unless completely necessary. Great angled smash into the body there from Carsten Mogensen. It was an incredible smash. Just seemed to bring that out of nowhere and still create an incredible angle.
Yes, I'm a little confused by the serve, I have to say. I'm not quite sure what he was expecting in reply, and I guess he was hoping that it was a complete ace. I would have thought that waiting for the cross-court would have been the obvious shot.
6-3.
Not really flowing as yet, the Danish pair. I think they're almost scared of what the Koreans are capable of doing to them. Koreans definitely have the quicker movement around the court, definitely the more explosive smashes from Jung Jae-sung, and very nervous in and around the net at the moment.
Yeah, that was a very nervous return of serve, wasn't it? making the error. There's the frailty in defence being exploited.
So solid on the defence in the first place, the Koreans. I think that's really almost upsetting the Danish pair, that they don't believe they can truly get through. And then when they're on the attack, the Koreans so dangerous.
Terrific rally.
Even though the Danish pair won that rally, I'm pretty sure the Koreans will be happy with the way things went in that game, that one. Fantastic angle on this last shot though. Just shows not always about power with the smash. Clips it down. Oh, that's beautiful accuracy.
Four, 9.
He doesn't often miss those, Lee Yong-dae.
Just can't give this Korean pair time to jump around the head like that. You've got to get them right into the corners if you want to hit the flat shots, and just going almost central in the court. Lee Yong-dae's so quick onto those.
Mark of the net cord for Matthias Bo.
6, 10.
Very dangerous to play a loopy block back to the net when Matthias Bo is standing waiting there.
Definitely in a few minds there, Jae Sung. I was really sure I think what he was doing there. It wasn't even a good shot, never mind where he played it to.
Phenomenal. Incredible angle. And coach Klaus Poulsen very happy with that.
Brilliant play from Matthias Bo as well. Getting in on top of the net, making sure that his opponents know he's there. And that is just incredible power.
just wide.
Service over, 11-9 interval.
So the Koreans have the advantage at the mid-game interval, but it's much closer than at one stage it looked it might be. Kang Kyung-jin, coach, bronze medalist at the World Championships way back in 1983. An All-England champion here in 1997. He's a fine all-round doubles player.
Du må gerne spille dem der op over, og så skal netmanden være sindssygt aktiv til at dække ind på det net der, ikke? Er med? Og så når vi slår bare som bagmand, så skal han være klar på at rykke med frem igen, fordi de vil gerne spille lokkerne. Kom så, drenge.
Well, we thought this might be a close contest. Of course, both the pairs former world #1s.
11-9 play.
And so it's proving to be.
Great movement forward there from Jung Jae-sung. Really put the pressure on Carsten Mogensen and just tried to do too much with his final shot. Just showed as well in that rally the defensive power of the Koreans. Carsten Mogensen does have a very, very powerful smash, and he wound up for a few in that rally, and you know, they were able to just put him back on the back line. Can be very frustrating when your opponents do that.
Service over.
Well, the Olympic mixed doubles champion, Lee Yong-dae, just appears to have gone off the boil at the moment.
Service over. 13-10.
Well, another terrific return of serve, finding the net cord and forcing the short lift. Oh, my goodness, how efficiently did Carsten Mogensen put this shuttle away. Well, surprised at that, it looked even faster. Well, not only speed of smash there, but also direction.
14-11.
Clever change of serve there, serving out wide. Well, I said a moment ago, he'd gone off the boil, and that was perfection. Found his touch, found his form again.
Brilliant. So casually done as well. Of course, you know, he could have played that a few more inches above the net. He still would have been a winner. Just shows the quality of the man. That's the kind of aiming he's looking for, to literally hit the top of the net every time to make it roll over.
Selv for halvdistancen for at spille overspillinger på dem. Og så drenge. Bare hæng i her.
Oh, it's landed in. Well, Matthias Bo doesn't like the call. No overrule from the umpire, Wolfgang Lund. And that's why he didn't overrule, because it just clipped the outside edge of the line. Yeah, well, the very next one, shuttle lands out. But there's no doubt in my mind that when a player starts questioning line calls, it puts extra pressure on the line judges, and that is something that's against the rules, obviously, of badminton. You're not allowed to influence line judges. It's a well-worked rally by the Koreans.
Always love to see that stop chop of Jung Jae-sung. It's so deceptive. And then this just shows us well that Lee Young-dae also has that explosive power to put the shuttle away.
Two points away from the opening game. The number 2 seeds from Korea. And the shuttle skimmed across the top of the net, but got a deflection, slowed the shuttle down, and therefore it was short of that front service line. Yeah, big gap. It's well played from Matthias Bo.
14-19.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. First of all, the defensive play, and then the variation in attack.
20, game point 14.
And sheer delight from Lee Young-dae, because it's 6 game points. Only needed the one. 21-14.
First game won by Jung Jae-sung, Yonex, 21-14.
Umpire confirms the score, but in all honesty, they were so positive from the onset of this semi-final, and that really set them up, set the tone. And the Danes were always playing catch-up. So the opening game to the Koreans, 21-14 in 16 minutes of play.
Punkt 1, det er, at vi skal have netmand til at trænge en lille smule ud, når vi slår den første ned bagfra. Så han kommer til at fylde mere. Og så skal den første ikke være et hårdt angreb. Det skal være stik og kort. Dem skal vi have med. Er I med? Så er det vigtigt i servesituationen. Vi skal styre servesituationen. Vi er slet ikke udfordrende nok. Vi skal bruge mange flere ned mod de dybe hjørner også. Vi kommer til at puffe dem ind, så ligger de op til os, så slår vi hårdt, og så er vi ud af dem. Ud og variere dem der, så også vi kan få nogle komme frem og stoppe af. Okay? Og så den der, stadigvæk dem der, de slår stadigvæk hårdt. Dem, de ikke slår hårdt på, dem løfter vi op igen. Og så skal I stå på dem. Husk på det. Få det vendt foran køllerne og stoppe, eller også op med den igen. Ja, vi kan godt holde dem. Søge på den forskel. Kom så langt ned.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Well, the players back on court for the start of the second game, but actually that really was bizarre from the Danish coach, Klaus Poulsen. As much as anything, he tried to be geeing his players up and sort of saying, come on, you know, obviously they're disappointed with that opening game, but their body language in that 2-minute timeout really was very concerning.
Yeah, I think they very confused with what's going on. They're not being able to dominate the game at all. I think Klaus is just trying to obviously G them up, get them moving faster. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that have got to dominate the game in the style that they want to play. And at the moment, the Koreans are doing it to them.
Service over.
Yeah, and there's more frustration boiling over. Big swipe of the racket from Matthias Bo when he made the error. Yeah, he's not in the right frame of mind at the moment. Yep, the smash on Bo again. They know he's rattled. They know he's annoyed with himself, annoyed with the situation perhaps.
Koreans have come out so quickly at the start of this second game.
So what do you do as a player when you're on courts? Things are not going your way. You're a defending champion. You know, I would have thought the one thing you don't do is let your opponents know that you're upset.
I think that's definitely the key. You know, you've got to almost take your time, change a little bit of tactics, even if it's just lift a few around, get the rhythm going, get your legs going.
Yep, the attacking play once again on Matthias Bo. 5-1 already at the start of this second game. Just long. Yeah, well, the Danes got themselves on the attack in that rally. And that really is the key to doubles. I'm a firm believer that in doubles you have to go out and win it. You can't wait for opponents to be making errors. You've got to force your opponents into errors. Change your racket.
Please, Carsten, you just put.
That's amazing, only 21 minutes for 2-5 in the second game.
Thank you.
Just shows so far how good the Koreans have been in this match today.
2-5.
It's gone wide. Closing the gap. Just 2 points in it now. It's funny how this match has gone in little patches, hasn't it? In favour of the Koreans, then the Danes came back a bit in the opening game. Koreans starting so well at this second game. 5-1 they led at one stage, and now, as you can see, just 1 point in it. And now, back level.
The big difference from the Danish perspective on these last 4 or 5 points is got their feet moving very, very quickly. They know they've got to take the chances. They know it's got to be almost a no-lift game for them. And the only way to do that is to move very, very fast.
Oh, I don't believe it. He was lying on the floor as he played that second one back. Jung Jae-sung. Incredible.
6.
Down on his haunches, then he was lying down as he played the second one. Another racket gone. Strings went in Carsten Mogenson's racket as he played that final smash, but in all honesty, I think he was trying to make it too steep anyway. Seems to me, Anthony, as if the Danes are getting a little bit frustrated that they can't finish the rallies as quickly as they would normally do against virtually any other pair in the world. You've already identified how good the Koreans are defensively, and it really is playing on the Danes' mind at the moment.
It's an incredible trait of the Korean players that, you know, 1 minute they can be playing very, very fast, explosive drives, big smashes, and the next minute they're quite happy to sit back and soak up the attack, and that's very, very difficult to play against. You just don't know what they're going to bring to the table.
Yep. There's no question in my mind the weakness in Matthias Bo's defence. This time he's going to be committed to his backhand defence. They play it down his forehand side, and he's not relaxed enough in his defensive stance and movement, and he gets himself in a tangle and can't change from one side to the other. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And once again, we've got a little run of points. Well, he won't be using that racket again.
I think he's getting very frustrated at this moment in time, Matthias Bo. You know, normally the area where he dominates.
Yeah, there it is. It is normally the area he dominates. I'm surprised he didn't get a racket abuse warning there, because deliberately smashing your racket like that, I suppose a bit of understanding from the umpire Wolfgang Lund that, you know, it is after all an All-England semi-final. The tensions are high. 5 straight points now for the Koreans. 10-5. The run comes to an end.
6-10.
Well, that time it's the string that's gone, not the frame.
11-6 interval.
But it means that the Koreans have a very comfortable lead at the mid-game interval here in the second game, having taken the first 5-point advantage here in the second, to be precise. And for Danish fans, I think it's very, very concerning times. Not just because of the scoreline, more importantly because of the obvious distress in attitude and body language, especially of Matthias Bo.
I think we need to credit the Koreans with the way that they've come to the court today. The tactics absolutely spot on. You know, we've talked about the weaknesses on defence, and every single time they're looking for that weakness, but in all areas of the game they're not letting the Danish pair settle.
Mogensen, the same.
Well, very noticeable that Klaus Poulsen using all of his allotted time, and perhaps a little more, because the umpire telling the Danes to get back on court, get ready to play, while he was still giving his men instructions. Eventually, I suppose the one thing the Danes have got to do, they must stay patient. They know that the Koreans have got such good defences. They must just keep it going down. Eventually, they should get through.
They do have phenomenal attack, but it is the steeper one that does the damage against the Korean pair. You know, the full booming smash really doesn't have a lot of effect.
7-11. Yeah, clever change of pace from Matthias Boll.
Definitely in the last couple of rallies showing what they are capable of. You know, they do need to vary it. Great little stop drop from Matthias Boll.
Brilliant. What a difference when he reads where the smash is coming and he's able to take it early.
9.
It's a great length from Carsten Mogensen, and that's the big difference. When you're defending and the player's on the back line, almost reaching backwards, you can look to step forwards. The problem Matthias Boll has is when it's a shorter length, he's static with his feet and he chooses one way or the other. The problem is the Koreans are so good at picking out the other side.
Rally. Oh, wow, what a shame it had to end on an error like that.
Twelve, 9.
Well, I think it was a call from Matthias Boll to his partner to leave it, but he was already committed. Yeah, I think it may have gone short as well.
Quite often when you're serving to somebody who's a very good returner like Carsten Mogensen, you actually hit the shuttle short, so it goes tighter to the net.
Service over.
That one was left, and it was indeed. The low serve was short of that front service line. Terrific play from Lee Yong-dae.
14-10.
Now frustration from Carsten Mogensen, banging his racket onto the shuttle.
10. So it's over. 11-15.
Time for the Danes, if they want to retain their title, and certainly they've got to win this semi-final to have any chance of that. They've got to start reacting pretty soon, closing this gap. That's landed on the line. Misjudgment.
Brilliant defence once again from the Koreans. Off a full-powered smash, to be able to whip it up and put it with that kind of accuracy, that's special.
Unbelievable. They were under so much pressure, the Korean pair, They weathered the storm, and that final smash from Jung Jae-sung. Power and accuracy.
17-11. Service over.
Well, he had to be very careful there that he didn't take the shuttle before it had crossed over the net.
12-17.
He dealt with it well, but there's a 5-point deficit. That was just too casual from Mogensen.
I think his head's almost completely gone. You know, the Koreans are playing phenomenal badminton out there, but sometimes you've just got to dig deep and just truly believe that you can win a match. You know, you aren't always going to play what you consider the best, but sometimes it just takes a bit of heart.
And I suspect that the spirit has been broken. Now just 2 points away from a place in the final, the former champions. That is phenomenal defensive shot from Jung Jae-sung.
Matthias.
And with it come 8 match points.
20, match point 12. Service over.
A moment of defiance.
13-20.
Too little, too late, I suspect. This time, second time of asking, and the former champions have put out the defending champions in the semi-final of the Yonex All England. Jung Jae-sung thanks the crowd for their support, because there were Korean fans here as well as the Danes. The Koreans absolutely superb tactically, and the way they implemented their game plan, played so quickly, played so sharply. And in all honesty, it was a little disappointing from Matthias Boe and Carsten Mogensen. Looked really dispirited after that opening game. In the timeout between the first and second, I was very concerned indeed. So the Koreans safely through, 21-14, 21-13 in 37 minutes. Well, his last All England, he says, Jung Jae-sung. Certainly, we hope it won't be the last Lee Yong-dae's performance here at the All England. He's only 23. He's a mega-star in Korea. There's a lot of speculation as to who will be his next men's doubles partner, because if this man does retire, as he said he will, then that will be the hottest ticket as far as Korean men's doubles players are concerned, the opportunity to play with this man, Lee Yong-dae. So they're safely through to the final. The number 2 seeds, and in the top half of the draw will it be the number 1 seeds, the reigning world champions Kai-yun and Fu Haifeng, or will it be Hashimoto and Hirata, the number 8 seeds from Japan? So that's 3 of our 5 semi-finals have been completed. Next up, women's doubles, and as with that men's doubles we've just witnessed, it's once again the number 2 and 3 seeds involved in that. And then our last semi-final this afternoon will be the second men's doubles. So who will Jung Jae-sung and Lee Young-dae be playing in tomorrow's final? Well, before we get to know that, we've got women's doubles. And the Koreans of Ha Jung-eun and Kim Min-jung, the number 3 seeds against the number 2 seeds, Tian Ching and Zhao Yun-lei.
Or black.
Lin
Black's the
Mund
call?
is our
It
umpire
is red.
from America.
Zhao,
Toss of the coin.
Zhao. Ladies, who receives? Hot to receive, and what side? You'll start to my left. Thank you.
So this Korean pair, the only non-Chinese pair at semi-final stage. Kim on our right as we look at them, Kim Min-jung, the 25-year-old from Jeju, number 3 in the world ranking, and their win-loss record for the year. 2 tournaments played and 2 finals. Also, of course, team competitions in that win-loss record for the year so far. Well, their path through to today's semi-final got off to a little bit of a shaky start, because in the first round they had to play against the Singapore pair of Shinta Mulia Sari and Yao Lei, and dropped the opening game in that one before coming back 21-19, 21-16 in the decider. An hour and 11 minutes that took. Germans in the second round, and then in the quarter-final the Koreans disposed of a pair from Hong Kong, Poon and Si, in 2 straight games. So to the Chinese pair, number 2 seeds Zhao Yun-lei to our left and Tian Ching to our right, both of them 25 years of age. And as you can see, their win-loss record for the year, very impressive indeed. Of course, they won the Korean Super Series event as the number 2 seeds, and who did they beat in the final? But their opponents of today. Of course, the Koreans had disposed of the reigning world champions in Seoul at that Korea Super Series event. They had beaten Yu Yang and Wang Siyao Li in their semi-final. And I have to say, I think, having watched that, they were just a little bit tired for the final against this Chinese pair. So the Chinese beating the number 7 seeds Peterson and Rutiul in the quarterfinal yesterday. And that's ominous for Korean fans. 3 previous matches and all of them going in favour of the World Championships silver medalists. Whilst, of course, that final of the Korean Open that I was mentioning just a moment ago.
Players, time.
So the World Championship silver medalists from China, Tian Ching and Zhao Yun-lei, well, really have been fairly phenomenal since they formed their partnership really by default, because at the Asian Games in Guangzhou, Zhao Yun-lei's normal partner at the time, with whom she had been world number 1, Chen Shu, was injured, and therefore Tian Ching stepped in and played with Zhao Yun-lei in those Asian Games, and they promptly won the gold medal. Very second tournament they played, which was the first Super Series event last year, the Malaysia Super Series, they won that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Chen Qing, Zhao Yun-lei, China. And on my left, Ha Yoon, Kim Min Young, Korea. Zhao Yunlai to serve to Ha Young-yoon. Love all. Play.
So as with our previous match, the number 2 and 3 seeds contest this semi-final. And a very positive start by the Chinese pair.
One love.
But Anthony, I was talking about the last time these two pairs met each other in the final of the Korean Open, and I think that the Koreans had had such an exhausting match in their semi-final in Seoul against Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang. I personally didn't think they looked fresh enough for the final. Very, very different scenario here at All England.
Ladies doubles is probably the most physical, as in terms of the amount of running that they do around the court, out of all the 5 events. You know, because of the element of not having that big final killer smash, the rallies go on and on and on.
Service over 2-1.
Nicely played by the Koreans.
Service over 2-all.
This is their second All England semi-final. Reached the semi-final 3 years ago in 2009, this Korean pair. Oh, that's lovely. And then, of course, having been a regular partnership, then the partnerships were switched around, and this lady, Kim Min-jung, teamed up with Lee Ho-jung, who, of course, is the reigning Olympic mixed doubles champion, is now retired. And Ha Jung-eun was tried with several different partners. Brought on some of the youngsters, but they reformed their partnership again following the retirement of Lee Ho-jung and Lee Kyung-won. Reformed their partnership at the beginning of last year, and here they are back at number 3 in the world. Have been as high as 2, of course, before they split up. Oh, right idea.
Fabulous defence from the Chinese pair.
4-3.
It's the nature of ladies doubles. All 4 players do have very, very good defence, and it does take something special to get the shuttle on the floor. Korean girl trying to do the right thing by taking the pace off, just unfortunately couldn't execute it well enough.
Yeah, good judgment. Ha Jung-eun, bronze medalist at the World Championships in Paris in mixed doubles. Oh, it's gone long. I was about to say that was tremendous play from Tian Qing.
4-5.
Final shot went long of that back line.
No.
Just watching that rally just shows that the Chinese players do have a little bit more overhead power than their Korean opponents. Always looking to attack everything the Chinese.
Yes, and I think that's a very important point, because women's doubles nowadays, going back 10 years or so, I think there was a tendency with some of the women's doubles pairs to focus too much on their defensive play, and therefore, as you've already said, the defence is so good from all the top women's doubles players in the world. But, you know, I think some of the pairs were a little bit negative. I think these two Chinese pairs we've got now, of course, the world champions Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang, and, of course, this Chinese pair as well. They are very aggressive, very positive in all of their start, and I think they're taking women's doubles actually to a new level once again, where all the focus is on attacking play.
Very much used to be the case that a lot more clears around the game, you know, almost wear your opponents down physically. Games were going on for 1 hour. I mean, I think even the world record is 2.5 hours with the old style scoring. So very, very long games, and fitness levels needed to be very, very high. But a lot of the girls now starting to play a bit more like the men's doubles game.
It's far more aggressive,
8-5.
far more dynamic. No.
9-5.
6 straight points. Yeah. Well, I thought that the fact that the Koreans haven't really been tested yesterday in their quarterfinal, or indeed in the second round, that they'd be much fresher for this semi-final encounter, much fresher than they were when they played against this Chinese pair in the final of the Korean Open. And there's a man that knows all about winning at doubles, Kim Moon-soo, 1992 Olympic men's doubles champion. All England titles to go with that as well, men's doubles. Park Ji-bong.
오른쪽에서 치고 확 들어오니까 조심해. 오른쪽 쓰는 거.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Well, it's not often you see a run of 8 straight points against one of the top 2 Chinese pairs in the world.
11-5. Play.
It really is all about the attacking play, whichever pair's getting on the attack. And more importantly, I suppose, Anthony, involving the net player, as happened on that occasion. Tian Qing getting involved at the front, and given what you've said about the quality of defensive play of all the top women's doubles players, you can't really expect to hit winners from the back of the court. You've got to work the rally to get your net player involved, and that's where you're going to start playing your winners from.
A lot of practice will have been done by rotating around each other so that no one person takes all the work from the back of the court. But the definite key is to be able to get the shot coming down so that the net player does get involved. It's the biggest part of doubles, whether it be men's doubles, ladies doubles, mixed doubles. It's all won and lost in and around the net.
12-6.
Very surprising this stage in this first game to see so many mistakes coming off the racket of the Chinese girls. Normally so solid, you could normally count it on one hand how many mistakes they would make in a match, never mind in one game.
Yeah, there's the winner once again from the net. And it's the current world's champion in mixed doubles, Zhao Yunlei, finishing it off. Great vision, great anticipation.
8-12.
Very, very sharp. Great serve. Looking for the forehand. Takes a lot of sort of vision and ability to be able to read the game that well.
Oh, it's a clever smash from Tianqing.
9-12.
Suddenly switches up the angle, plays the cross court. Now just 3 points in it. Half the deficit. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's a fabulous rally.
Just really shows the overhead power of the Chinese girls.
12.
Very, very explosive.
I think Zhao Yunlei could actually be the key to this semi-final. I think her dominance and anticipation at the front of the net, I think that could possibly be the deciding factor. Yeah, she made the difference in that rally. And Anthony, given the fact that Ha Zhongnong is a World Championship medalist, you know, in mixed doubles, I'm sort of wondering why on earth they aren't trying to perhaps get her to go forward as much as possible and take on Zhao Yunlei at the front of the court.
From what I've seen of Ha Zhongnong's mixed doubles, she does play quite defensively. You know, she does lift away from the net quite a lot, so I'm not sure she's entirely confident of taking on Zhao Yunlei in that area, but it's something that she must do if they want to go on and win this match.
11.
Yeah. Of course, Ha Zhongnong was seeded in the mixed doubles here at the All England Championships with Lee Yongdae. They were the number 7 seeds and they lost in the very first round, so she has been able to concentrate her efforts here at the women's doubles.
14-11.
Another difference to the Korean Open, because of course she was in both the women's doubles and the mixed doubles final. Very, very physically demanding week in Seoul for her. Oh, that's great play from the number 2 seeds.
Great placement of the smashes as well. Always aiming for the hip, so to try and tangle your opponents up, and then when the weak one comes, Zhao Yunlei, so good on the net. She's probably the most dangerous player I've seen in this current time in the world.
completely missed time there from Kim Min-jung. Of course, Kim Min-jung wearing those stockings to protect her calf muscles there. She has had problems with injuries, hasn't she? She missed the World Championships last year at Wembley. Hip problems. In fact, she was lying in a hospital bed during the World Championships.
Over 14-15.
Really, in this second part of this game, Chinese definitely showing their dominance on the attack. You know, they had a terrible start at the start of this match and really have turned it around now.
Yes, and I think it's the dominance, as we suggested it probably would be, of this lady. Zhao Yunlei.
She's so positive with what she does, though. She goes for everything, and then she must practice that kind of thing all the time, because to be able to do that every single time and not miss hit the shuttle takes a lot of confidence.
It's a definite pattern emerging now.
16-15.
She hits from the back of the court, makes her way forward as soon as possible. And the Chinese into the lead. Four straight points now.
Service over. 16-17. Zhao.
It's a very good rally from the Koreans. Working the court, you know, still believe that the big factor in this game is the power of the Chinese. I don't think the Koreans truly believe they can power way through, so they have to make the shuttle move in and around, all around the court.
That's another very good judgment from Ha Jung-woo.
Play.
Good rally once again. Attacking play, switching from one pair to the other.
18-17.
think that rally just shows the class of Xiao Yunlei. She, at the back of the court, does possess a lot of power as well. But as soon as they rotate and get back into that formation where she's at the net, it's so dangerous.
Oh, it's gone well long.
Service over, 18 all.
Incredible defence, unbelievable from Ha Jung-hong. She didn't just get it back, she got it back with interest. Look at that.
Look at the way she's bending her legs to get down that low. And that takes some real strength to be able to almost squat with your backside on the floor and then still be able to hit an incredible final cross-court shot.
2 points from this opening game. Oh, it was the right idea.
19 all. Ladies.
Time for a quick timeout, as the court has been mopped of the perspiration. 22 minutes this has been in progress. And nothing to choose between the two pairs.
South. 19 all. South.
Well, the umpire getting a little bit annoyed that Xiao Yunlei well, the umpire saying, come on, you've got to get ready a little bit quicker once the court has been mopped. Get on with the game. Delaying tactics not being tolerated, and rightly so. Well, that's how she responds. Absolutely superb.
20, game point, 19.
Game point for the number 2 seeds. And they convert on their first opportunity. 21-19 on a run of 3 straight points.
21-19.
Well, they're definite favoured formation with Tiang Qing at the back of the court. Xiao Yunlei at the front. And time again, they've won rallies in that formation. 21-19 in 23 minutes. And the opening game goes to the Chinese. More senior coaches. 3 times winner of this All England Championship. Probably before your time, Anthony.
Just a little bit.
Did you ever see him play, though?
I only watched him on video. Incredible to watch. You know, the pairs that were around at that time. He spoke already today about the likes of
Kim Dong-moon and Park Ju-bong.
Park Ju-bong.
Yeah.
Very, very strong era, so it's great to watch on video.
Yes, and they're passing on all that knowledge now to the young players in their national teams.
For 1, 20 seconds. For 1, 20 seconds.
So the two coaching benches have coaches that used to do battle against each other. There on the right, Tian Bingyi, who used to play with Lee Yong-bo, used to do battle against the man on the left there, Kim Moon-soo, when he used to play with Park Ju-bong. My goodness, we used to witness some terrific matches between those two. 7 All England titles between those two men.
Service over. 1 love. Yes.
Oh, it's a clever serve. Instead of going for the tee, just serve towards the right shoulder. Force Tian Qing into error. Oh, it's landed in. Yes, and I think that's the sort of thing she's got to try and do more often. Really go for it at the net and try and take away this dominance by the Chinese on the front of the court. She won't make it every time, but I think just being the threat there is perhaps what the Koreans need to try and implement.
Clever tactics from the start from the Koreans. Varying the serve, serving across the body, a flick serve. Always like to see in the game of doubles that variation. If you just keep serving to the tee all the time, you give your opponent such an advantage. By varying it and having the confidence to vary it, you give yourself the advantage back.
Service over. 1-4.
Drifted wide.
2-4.
Definitely the right idea, just wrong execution.
Just the kind of pressure that the Chinese pair will put you under. You know you've almost got to play the perfect shot. We spoke earlier about the Lee Chung-wei thing where opponents try and play too tight against him. A very, very similar thing here.
Indecision from Zhao Yunlei.
5-3.
Just shows even at the top level of the game, people are still, not quite used to that drift. It's very difficult to remember in your mind that it's going to move in from the side.
That is superb. Wonderful play from Ha Jung-eun.
Kind of played that rally all on her own, Jill. She was all over the place. Her defence to start the rally was just incredible. Like we've spoke about a few times now, is when she does get into that net, she is very, very capable. And if they want to go on and win this match, she's got to be the aggressor and got to take it on.
Well, she has been in All England final previously. That was in mixed doubles. Reached the final in 2009, having been in the qualifying with Go Sung-hyun. Yeah, well worked. So well worked, that rally.
You can only really marvel at how she does that. She just seems to be one of those people always in the right place at the right time. But you know, that will have been practiced over and over again in the training environment. Partner smashing to the hips, so she knows the only reply can be straight down the line, and she's so clinical with it.
It's a super return from Kim Jung. That's a gift for the Koreans because they were under a lot of pressure. And backhand clear in women's doubles, usually a big sign of being in trouble.
She went for a little bit of a stop drop on that one. You could hear the big shout before she hit it, trying to disguise the fact that she was going to play the drop, but just couldn't execute it.
Oh, brilliant. Goodness me. Drive defence. Well, she couldn't have walked over to the other side of the court and placed the shuttle any better than that.
I think we've spoke earlier on in the week, Jill, about the wrist power of the male players. I think this is the progression that's been so impressive in the ladies doubles and ladies singles, is that the power they can generate from such a small swing now. You know, the years of playing mixed training and practicing against men, and you know, when you watch it, it's impressive to see.
Yeah, well taken.
Over 10-6.
Oh, that is terrific.
11-6, interval.
Well, a wonderful, wonderful drop shot to get them to the mid-game interval. Great disguise, leaving Zhao Yunlei absolutely stranded. So that 5-point advantage, but let's not forget they had a 6-point advantage at the mid-game interval in the opening game, but they couldn't convert. It's always very animated the way he talks, is Kim Moon-soo. Tian Pengyi, on the other hand, very quiet man. He was the introvert of the partnership with Lee Yong-bo. Perhaps running out of ideas, running out of patience.
Yeah, they haven't started each set very well, have they, Joe? They obviously came back fighting at the end of the first game, but unusual for a Chinese pair to be almost sloppy at the start of a set game.
Oh, she's missed it. Would you believe it?
Service over, 7-12. Yeah.
They'd worked the rally. They'd got the weak reply. And for a world-class mixed doubles player to miss that, well, she'll be disappointed. There's clever placement of the smash from Kim Min-jung.
13-7.
Aiming for the inside hit there.
Brilliant performance in this second game from the Koreans. Really look up for this, really look up for the fight. You know, willing to do whatever it takes to get the shuttle down against this Chinese pair.
Oh, incredible. Oh, she's come alive again in that rally.
8-13.
Says she wants to be a kindergarten teacher when she's finished playing badminton. Now you know.
Very strange from the Koreans there. They've all the way through this second game, they've been on the attack and actually been winning all the points. So to throw in a clear and a short one at that, in the middle of that rally, just seemed not to make sense.
Oh, that's a misjudgment again down that forehand side of Zhao Yunlei. Clearly in. Well, it was called wide.
10-14.
Zhao Yunlei spreading her arms before the call was made. In fact, it was Tian Qing. Yeah, who was making the call, indicating with her arms. In fact, it was a correct call. It was wide, but the umpire, I think, has just had a very quiet word with the Chinese players, telling them not to try and influence the line judges. Oh, it's nicely done.
Definitely gone too defensive now, the Korean pair. Always looking to lift away. What they had so much success was when they were attacking. You know, getting the better player at the net was Ha Jung-young. She needs to get back into that. She's got to take the chances.
Well, it's all rather reminiscent of the opening game, isn't it? Koreans getting a good lead, and the Chinese getting themselves back on the attack, getting themselves back in touching distance of their opponents.
This is so impressive from the Chinese, and this goes for the whole squad. That their mental strength is so good. You know, they might not be playing what they would consider the best badminton they're capable of, but they never ever give in. You know, they've given the lead away twice now in this match, and have that ability and that knowledge that they know they can do it, and they just pull it back every time.
How to work a rally, how to set yourselves up. Patient play.
Brilliant commitment all around the court. Both players working very, very hard. And they get it into that formation again with a short lift. Zhao Yunlei, so devastating in and around the net.
So after 45 minutes of play, nothing between the two pairs once again. 14-all. And she'll need a new support there. And that's the old one, so full of perspiration that just a little bit loose. 14 all. On a run of 5 straight points. Now the run comes to an end, though.
15-14.
That's great defence once again from Ha Jung-ung. Sort of an inside-out backhand defence where she drove the shuttle back. That one was extraordinary.
There's a follow-up as well, though, Josh. She hit an incredible backhand straight into the net. Really potent when she's there. We've seen it 2 times in the last 3 rallies where she can dominate from the net. Just sort of forgotten that in the middle part of this game.
Oh, my word. Sensational. Just mixing it up, something slightly different. Cross-court block on the defensive shots. And a huge, wide-open space to aim for. So 3 points away from sending this to a third and deciding game.
Service over. 15-18.
Can just never count the Chinese off in a situation like this. They've done it before in this match. You know they're a few points down. They're almost more dangerous when they're losing.
Good placement that time. It was a little bit flatter, the smash.
19-15.
That's a bad miss at this stage of a match.
A couple of very, very slack points from the Koreans. A lift that was about at least 20 centimetres out the side of the court, and then a net kill, but it should have been very easy that she's put straight into the net.
Oh, that's lovely, though. Great vision from Tian Qing. Saw the gap across courts. Takes it early. No, there's just 1 point in it. Oh, that's super. What a backhand.
Great that she stepped in on that one, Gillies. Just brilliant. You know, we're always taught to try and take the shuttle as early as you possibly can. And there you go. It wasn't the hardest shot you'll ever see, but it was the nature in which she took it so early that the gap was there. She actually created a gap for herself.
19 all. So, as with the opening game, the Chinese pair have come from behind to give themselves the opportunity for their place in the final. It's match point.
Players. Ladies.
Well, this is extraordinary on match point. Both pairs trying to psych the other out by taking as long as possible, and the umpire not having any of it. Incredible. They've done it again. Absolutely extraordinary. 6 straight points to come from 15-19 down to win the second game. 21-19, symmetry in the scoreline. Wow, my goodness me, didn't they hold their nerves so well. 21-19, 21-19 in 53 minutes. And they're safely through to the final tomorrow. So the World Championship silver medalists, well, they had to work incredibly hard to get through that against the number 3 seeds. But that means that we will have an all-Chinese women's doubles final. And because tomorrow they'll play against the world champions in a repeat of the World Championship final. And of course the defending All-England champions Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang, who beat their teammates earlier today, Huang Sha and Tang Jinhua. Oh, just one more semi-final to come, and it is absolutely extraordinary that our 4 previous semi-finals, not one of them going the full distance. Usually we expect a semi-final stage. They've all been terrific matches, as you can see, but unusual that we haven't had a 3-game encounter. I wonder if we will now in the last of our semi-finals, because it is the Japanese pair. What a moment for them. The number 8 seeds Hirokatsu Hashimoto and Norasu Hirata up against the world champions Kaiyun and Fu Haifeng of China. Chinese combination, not only world champions, 4 times world champions, and 2 titles here at the All England Championships.
The red or the green side? Red and the green side for you?
Ika Andersson of Sweden, umpire for this.
Sorry, who is serving? Are you receiving?
So the Chinese pair won everything in world badminton except for one major title. Their Olympic medal was a silver, and how desperately they want to add a gold to their list of achievements. World #1s, and as you can see, haven't been beaten so far this year. Only one individual tournament though, and that was the Korea Super Series, where they beat Jang Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae, who we know are already through to the final tomorrow. So for the Chinese pair, all of their previous matches in 2 straight games, including the quarter-final against the number 7 seeds, the gold medalists from the Southeast Asian Games, Muhammad Hassan and Bona Septimo of Indonesia. So looking in great form. I have to say that match last night, their quarter-final, to win 21-19, 21-8 in 31 minutes, just shows what good form they're in. So to the Japanese pair, number 8 seeds, Hirata on the right as we look at them, Hashimoto on the left. Hashimoto 26, Hirata 28 years of age. And they are number 8 in the world rankings. They've actually been 1 place higher than that. They have been up at number 7. But for them, this is new territory. This is their first ever semi-final at a Premier Super Series event. Well, last night they had a tremendous match against the winners of the Malaysia Super Series at the beginning of this year, the pair from Taipei, Fang Chia-ning and Li Xiongmo. Needed 3 games for that, as indeed they needed in their second round match against Kindervater and Schuttler from Germany. So I wonder if nerves will play a part in this semi-final. So the former champions, the current world champions, Kaiyun and Fu Haifeng, looking in incredible form last night. For the Japanese pair, I think the initial stages are going to be crucial, because this their first ever Premier Super Series semi-final. So for number 8 seeds, I think it's crucial they get a good start, settle those nerves. I suppose one thing, Anthony, that will perhaps help settle the nerves for Hashimoto and Hirata is the fact that nobody's expecting them to beat the current world champions, and therefore, in a way, they've got nothing to lose. They might as well go for it and, you know, just play free, see what happens.
That's absolutely the case. They have got nothing to lose. Like you said, nobody's expecting them to win this match, but they are a very, very quality pair. Very, very fast, very, very explosive, and the way they move around each other, this is going to be a really interesting match. We've got 4 very, very quick players on this court.
Yes, this is the 4th time that these two pairs have met each other. Previous 3 have all gone in favour of Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, but I have to say the last 2 times they met, including the group stage of the Super Series Finals at the end of last year, it did go the full distance. It went to 3 games. Line it in, misjudgment, and that's always a sign of nerves. Misjudging, leaving a shuttle that you think is going out, lands in. Yeah, that was quite a way. And
it was a very, very long rally. What tends to happen when the more smashes are hit, the feathers on the shuttle fluff up a little bit, which makes it that little bit slower, and will inevitably land a bit shorter than you thought they would do in the first place. That time the judgment was sound. Park Jubong, Japanese head coach, of course, former Korean international player, former world and Olympic champion.
Service over.
26 years of age, Hirakatsu Hashimoto. Younger of the 2 Japanese players by 2 years.
4-2.
An excellent low serve from Kai Yun. Oh, that's lovely. Lovely change of pace from Hirata.
The speed of the movement, the rotation, what creates it. There we go. Great deception, the way he rolls his fingers across the racket and makes the angle perfect.
3-5.
Seem quite happy to defend so far, the Chinese.
Yes, and Fu Haifeng, it makes it even more extraordinary that so far they've been quite content to defend, because Fu Haifeng is famous for his big smash. Of course, he holds the record in international competition, 332 kilometers an hour, that's 206 miles per hour, achieved during the Sudirman Cup finals in Beijing in 2005.
That's where Kai Yun is at his best. He's up there with the very, very best players in the world at the net. He's up there with Lee Young-dae, and so good at taking the shot early, getting the net. But his reaction after he's played that net shot is so quick.
Yes, and just as quick at the age of 32. And he's an extraordinary man, really, when you think of his story of Back in 2001, he had to undergo heart surgery. Terrible worries about his health, and here he is. He's come back. He's won 4 World Championships. That's nicely played.
I think we've spoke quite a bit this week, Jill, about how players come back from illnesses and injuries and become absolute megastars. You know, it's almost as though these days you need to have had a problem before you can become good.
I can speak from experience by saying it really does focus the mind, and you realise how much you want to grasp every opportunity when it comes, because you know that things can change so quickly. That's beautiful placement, isn't it? Right deep into that backhand corner. I think the racket's probably gone, Kai-Yun. That didn't sound right at all. It's interesting, given all of his problems, you know, with his heart surgery and his health and illness and so on, it's interesting that he's got tattooed across his back, "Face of Adversity." And tattooed in English.
You know, these guys, they go through hell and back on training courts every single day. You know, they go through the pain barrier every minute of every day. You know, they're willing to put themselves through anything it would possibly take to be the world's best player, and that's why they've been so good for so long.
Always missed it. He never looks quite as comfortable to me when he's at the net as his partner.
He just tried to hit that one too hard. You know, he made the opening. All he had to do was just hit it nicely downwards, and he's actually hit it off the green mat, which takes some doing. This just shows when they have it the other way round with Kai-Yun at the net. So good and so deadly in that area.
Yes, it is very much their favourite formation, isn't it?
Yeah. 11-7 interval.
4-point advantage for Kai-Yun and Phil Haifan at the mid-game interval. Only 8 minutes of play to the mid-game interval. Certainly don't speak any Japanese, but it seems to me as if Park Ju-bong is saying, don't always look to just lift the shuttle, perhaps just guide it, steer it back to the net when you are forced to defend, so that you can turn that defensive play back into attacking play. And of course, he's a coach that you've worked with, Anthony.
Yeah, I was fortunate to work with Park Ju-bong when I first came into the National Centre in Milton Keynes, and I think he was the first coach that ever really brought in that real work ethic that you need to be a top-level player. And quite frankly, it was incredibly hard. You know, I was very young at the time, and it was a real shock to my system, and it left me feeling very sore for many weeks.
Terrific. Not only the ability to play that deep in court,
13-7.
but also the vision to see that that's where the gap was. Desperate effort from Hashimoto. Absolutely pouncing on the half-court pushes.
This is a real problem now for the Japanese. You can just see the confidence building in the Chinese pair. That's something that you know, I know it's not difficult, they're world #1 pair, but when they start to get going, there's no stopping them. It's like a train.
It's gone wide, or trying to implement what coach Park Ju-bong had suggested, rather than just lifting the shuttle. He was trying to guide it, but just missed. Well, somehow the #8 seeds have got to stop this run of points, because now it is 8 straight points to the #1 seeds.
The Japanese have got absolutely no chance in this match if they think they can outdrive this Chinese pair. They've basically got to play a much softer game, but without lifting.
Service over.
That's a well-worked rally. And they've got to play every rally with the idea that it's going to take as much as that to actually break down the defence. They've got to be patient, but they've got to be positive.
There's no other way of beating this Chinese pair. They're world #1. They've been world #1 for many, many years. Won 4 world titles, and they are at times unplayable. But you've got to be willing to go through the pain barrier to beat this pair.
Taking into account the drift.
18-10.
He wasn't under any real pressure to lift out like that. Well, he looked a little awkward as he played that kill. But very effective from Fu Haifeng.
It was the shot before, which he stepped in so quick. We didn't really see it again, but the net kill, he's so eager to get in and kill that. It was almost inside out with the way he played that one.
A look of anguish, because it's 10 game points now. #1 seeds. Yeah, first time of asking, and they really were very, very efficient. Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng carrying on from their form last night. They really are looking very good indeed. Just 14 minutes for that opening game, 21-10.
もちょっと長いの後ろでいってればちょっと連理ができます。自分が上へ行ければ強くでドライバー行ってちょっと下から行ければドライバーなしストップから長いでちょっと待ってればドライブで負けたけど3番目と4番目やっぱり来るじゃんサービス打ったら2番目行ったら3番目がドライバー来るじゃんちょっとこのドライブだけでコースのセンターあるじゃんセンター3番目バーンドライブ打てばコースがセンターコースがあるちょっと覚えて負けてみたからちょっと気持ちいって。
Well, Park Ju-bong really has taken all of his allotted time to talk to his men.
20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Trying to lift their spirits, I think, as much as anything, as much as the tactical advice, and what a contrast to the Chinese pair. Their coach is just a very, very quick word. Probably just advising, well, come on, you're playing well. Do not let up at all. Keep the intensity. That's gone wide.
It's got to be a definite worry for Park Ju-bong as the coach. I think deep down he really knows that his Japanese players are capable of playing in almost one style. The problem with that is that style is perfect for the Chinese. You know, when I've seen Fu Feng and Ka Yun get troubled in the past, it's usually against very skillful players, players who are willing to not lift the shuttle to them, but not always play with pace. And unfortunately today, so far, the Japanese have kind of played into their hands.
That's a good smash from Hashimoto.
2-1.
Lifting out the back, but it's bewildering to me that the Japanese pair are just so content to defend in that rally. It's better rally from the Japanese pair, involving the net player. And they need more of the dynamic attacking style with the variation of pace, as you've been pointing out, Anthony. It's interesting that this man, Hirata, actually lists his idols, sporting idols, as former Indonesian badminton players and former world champions Chandra Wijaya and Sigit Budiarto. And if there was ever dynamic, exciting attacking pair, it was them. So he obviously likes that way of playing.
Just perhaps can't implement it in that way, Jill.
Yes, that's, I'm sure, is the problem.
5-2.
Definitely the case so far in this second game, that definitely coming out firing, definitely moving around each other a lot better. See, whatever Park Ju-bong said to them has definitely worked. However, the Chinese definitely have taken the foot off the gas. You know, they're a bit lazy at the moment.
Service over. 6-2.
I think one of the problems with this man at the front of the court is he tries to have too big a swing of the racket. And it means that unless your timing is perfect, you tend to make an error. We saw him hit one long of the back line, too flat because the timing was wrong. That one into the net. Net players have a very short, sharp movement of the racket head to bring the shuttle down very steeply. Missed it.
Service over.
It's like the extreme contrast, isn't it, with the two players? Watch how short the action is there, and then in comparison with Fu Hai Feng goes for an enormous wind-up.
Yeah, caught off balance.
5-7.
He's looking to go forward, all of a sudden realises he's got to go back. Pushed it wide. I do wonder how much nerves that in the opening game did play a part in the Japanese pair. They seem to have settled a lot better now, able to implement their tactics.
8-5.
Quite possibly. You know, of course, first All-England semi-final for them, and
first ever Premier Super Series event semi-final.
So you're bound to have the nerves in there. You wouldn't be human if you didn't. But sometimes it just needs for you to just get going. And so far this second game, they're looking very, very good.
9-5.
It's just wide.
10-5.
I think Fu Hai Feng has been riddled with errors from the start of this second game. He's made many unnaturally unforced errors.
Where on earth was he going? He was going off court to look for a new racket, but he went the wrong side. Well, that was... Look, he's dashing off court to look for a new racket. Your racket bag's the other side. Well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Six-point advantage to the number 8 seeds in the mid-game interval. Well, disorientated.
That was just a bizarre situation, isn't it? I think, you know, he's really kind of lost his way in this game.
Oh, it's landed well in.
It's a magnificent defensive shot. To be able to play that inside out, off his hip, cross court with that kind of accuracy is unbelievably good.
6-11.
Missed it.
Over 12-6.
That's another mistake from Fu Haifeng. He's really not timing the shuttle well for him. You know, and maybe not cause to panic just yet, but what I have seen of this pair in the past is that when Fu Haifeng gets in the mood like this, Kai does start to get on his back quite a bit.
Service over. 7-12.
Puts in such a good work rate all the time, does this man, Kai Yun. That's very good, and what a difference. That was a short, sharp movement of the racket head. And what a different outcome. That was superb. Oh, pounced on that, Kai Yun. Terrific.
That is huge. You know, it's very difficult to tell over the TV and when you're live in the audience, but the weight of his smash when it comes down at you really is unlike any other player in the world.
Service over. 13-10.
No, the last two times that these pairs met each other, it did go the full distance. Although the Chinese pair are behind, you always get that feeling that they can just take it up a gear.
Well, we saw it in the last ladies' doubles as well. You know, they never truly believe they're out of a game, no matter what the score is. You know, 3 points to them is nothing.
Oh, that's lovely placement, aiming towards the right hip of Noriyasu Hirata. Terrific. 287. Well, we had one earlier today at 290.
Just like that, Jill. Straight back in the game, 13-14. Yeah, just close 3 points. Just like that, straight back in the game.
And now, back level. Nice, I haven't really had to do anything too spectacular either to close the gap.
Very sharp on the net from the Japanese players. You know, Kai trying to get the net back. That's very quick.
They've just stepped up their base positions of Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng. Kai Yun nearer to the net, right on top of the net. Look, his partner's very much in the mid-court area, not anywhere near the back of the court, so that he can leap on those little drives, those little pushes.
Just the speed of feet now from the Chinese players is incredible. You know, they were 14-10 down and looking a bit sloppy. Now all of a sudden that injection of pace, and all it is really stepping forward as fast as they can.
Another very powerful smash and very accurate too. Good awareness. Smashing across the body. 274. Kai Yun at his very best.
His movement around the court is so quick. He doesn't possess probably the biggest smash in the world, but it's his speed and his height that he can get off the ground that absolutely terrifies opponents.
Oh, great dive. Unbelievable. Rally of the tournament so far. Well, the dive there from Kai Yun, I'm sure his wife Wang Na would be very, very proud of that one. Of course, she's the Olympic synchronized swimmer. Well, this is absolutely extraordinary. From 10-14 down, they've just won 9 of the next 10 points. Wasn't it we were saying they just had another gear that they could go to? Well, just proving our point. 2 points away from yet another All-England final. Yep, well, he was missing some of those net shots earlier on in the match, but looking very, very sharp now. 10 of 11 points, and now 5 match points. Pushed it wide. 11 of 12 points. From 10-14 adrift to take the second game 21-15, and a real demonstration on how to regain your focus and intensity. Never give up. Even though you're down, believe in yourselves. Do what you know best. And with Kai Yun going forward to the net and allowing his left-handed partner to thunder down the smashes from the back of the court, they proved why they are world champions and world #1s. So Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng safely through to the final. We'll have the number 1 and 2 seeds battling it out tomorrow. 21-10, 21-15 in 35 minutes. And they're through to the All-England final. So as they sign their autographs, this just confirms that it is the number 1 and 2 seeds who will battle it out tomorrow. Both of those pairs, Cai Yun and Fu Haifeng, and Zhang Jae-sung and Lee Yongdae, former champions of the All England. So one of them will regain the title tomorrow. So that's our 5 semi-finals have been completed. It all started with mixed doubles, and the former world champions from Denmark, Thomas Leyborn and Camilla Rute-Juul, defeating the champions from last year, Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. Then we had Lee Chong-wei, who's booked his place in the final for the 4th consecutive year. Of course, he is the 2-time defending champion. Victory over Lee Hyun-il from Korea. Then men's doubles, and last year's champions going down to the number 2 seeds, Zhang Jae-sung and Lee Yongdae. And then in the women's doubles, well, the World Championship silver medalists, a very tough battle against the number 3 seeds, 21-19, 21-19, Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei coming through that. And as we've just seen in the men's doubles, Cai Yun and Fu Haifeng, just too much firepower really in the end for the Japanese pair. So that means that they're through to a 4th All-England final. So, of course, finals tomorrow, and this will be the order of play. We've got an all-Chinese women's singles final with the former champion Wang Yihan, the number 1 seed, up against her teammate. Mixed doubles, Liliana Natsir, twice a beaten finalist here at the All England, playing with her previous partner, Nova Widianto. Now into the final with Tantoe Ahmad. They're up against the Danes, Leybourne and Ruta Yul. Then we've got women's doubles and a repeat of the World Championship final. The number 1 and 2 seeds contesting that tomorrow, as indeed for the men's doubles, with Kai Fu up against Jung and Lee. And in the men's singles, Lee Chong-wei, can he win his 3rd consecutive All England title? We don't know yet whether he'll be playing against Kenichi Tago or the world champion Lin Dan. All of that tomorrow, as you can see, same time as today. That's 12 noon local time, 1200 GMT. From all of us here, we very much hope you'll be with us tomorrow. From Anthony Clark and myself, Jill Clark, bye-bye.